Totally. I remember hitting the mute button and I forgot to press. I thought I pressed the unmute button. I didn't. But what I did say was, Happy Tuesday. Happy Pancake Day. How are we doing, Twitch? How are we doing, YouTube? Hello there. We've got a lot of Ultramarines to paint, so we're just going to get into it. Conradson, thank you very much for telling me that. That could have continued for quite a while until I realized that there was no... Problem is, this light... I have OBS on the screen there. This light, this bar here, covers where the microphone, like, volume meter goes on the screen. So I do, like, the bottom kind of third of the entire screen I can't see. So I do miss a fair amount when mistakes happen. Unfortunately, it's something I'm going to have to figure out. How are we doing today? We're just going to... Well, I'm just going to wait for my face. Let's just get straight into the mini painting. So first of all, we did do a second coat of the guns. I think I've missed a couple of bits here and there, but we got a lot of tarting up to do anyway. Like, I think there's a couple of plasma guns. We'll have a very quick spin through. I think there are a couple of, like, little edges, not that one in particular, but another one here and there that we need to do. I can see one right here. For example, we need to get that little lip. It's probably not going to matter in the scheme of things by the time we get to the painting the plasma, but I would like to get it done at least. Once those are done, we're going to do... We've got to paint all the joints, so we're going to use dark grey of some variety. I think I usually use Vallejo German grey. And so we've got a lot of those joint things to paint there. I'm just wondering, that's going to be steel. The skull, not sure what I've done in past. I probably just do ivory. No, we'll just do steel to speed things up, probably. I'll have to get one of my... I've got one of my other painted, my actually finished chaps right here. So we have got a steel skull there. Steel, okay. All right, so we just have to vaguely follow this as much as possible. Dark grey, leather belt kind of thing. I don't know why I've done that, but that's what we're doing anyway. And yeah, so let's just get a wiggle on, otherwise we'll never get anywhere. Got a lot to do. But last night, so I did do that other coat of red, even though we have to do a tiny bit more right now. Won't take long though. I did get this printed out. It's not 100% perfect. It was, I used the pre-supports. But, so it's not 100% perfect, but it is pretty good. It's not, there's been a bit of wiggling up here, but we're going to end up covering a lot of it with rust anyway. So this is the dozer blade for the Kratos battle tank. Which I'm going full Volkite with. Maximum Volkite is the general plan for this. We've got Volkite Cardinal or whatever it's called. Autocannon. We've got the two hull-mounted Volkites, and then we've got Volkite sponsons as well. So that's what we're doing for that. That's going to be an off-camera project. So probably be in Discord. I will do a post on my website eventually once I get around to having time for it, but I will be taking pictures. But yes, assuming the bot is awake, I will be taking pictures for Discord and YouTube as well. So hopefully that will appear. Hello, Ragnar. What's cracking, dude? Happy Tuesday. Is the YouTube bot even awake? If you are on YouTube, maybe you can wake it up by liking, subscribing, hitting the bell for notifications, all that YouTube nonsense. I don't know if... Hey, it did work. Finally. I don't know why it takes so long. Anywho. What a segue. Yeah, baby. I know, it's terrible. But we have to attempt to grow the channel, and unfortunately it's one of the things we have to do. So there we go. I saw a tiny bit of red that we need to remedy. Smooth with the capital smooth. Ah, smoothish. Smooth-ish. Good enough for Disney. Right, where's the... Okay, there we go. How you doing today, Ragnar? How is your day looking? What are you up to? So, I wanted to fix this. We missed... It's quite watery. I am still pondering maybe making him a veteran sergeant. Although if he was a veteran sergeant, he might have better loadout rather than just a plasma and chainsword. But there we go. We're not going to be painting too much red today, I promise. There was a bit, just a couple of bits here and there which I need to get remedied, like there. The bar for that is in the basement by now. What the bar for what? Your day being good? That doesn't sound great. Oh, good enough for Disney? Oh, that bar, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I've always said they're, you know, they have a very low bar anyway. It's so all the children can get underneath it, because they do cater to children, really. I'm just having a very quick. So you don't have pancakes today. I've had absolutely none. Just incredibly sad. But hey ho, such is life. So we do have, so we got the joints between the legs to paint grey. We have this bit there of the bolt pistols, that little rectangle. Not sure what it is, but we're going to paint it black anyway. So we will do that. The rest of the gun is going to be steel. Like, maybe this bit here could be black. I don't... Whatever the magazine well, I think is the word. The magazine well. Whatever this bit is called, we could potentially paint black as well, but the rest of the bolters are basically, like, I painted them steel on that one. So I don't know. There is a precedent to paint them steel, but we could potentially paint them black, but I just... It does take a little bit more time. But how's your day? I hope you're all having a good one, whatever it is you're up to. I need to order I want to get a birthday cake situation organised. I did see that sled. Honestly, the sled I had in mind was more like the German one. Or a little bit more like the Russian one. Probably a bit more like the German one that I initially was in, like, basically had in mind when I mentioned it yesterday, having never seen it. The American one was interesting. I wasn't expecting half, like, torpedoes chopped in half with one person in each of them. That was not what I had in mind. I see it was kind of successful in like the Winter War in when Russia was fighting Finland. They were basically getting dragged through the snow, which makes a lot of sense. Trying to find something to store your HD. Oh, like a mannequin. Oh yeah. Oh, you could basic. In my mind, when you said that, well, two things popped into my brain. One, I can't believe popped. Well, I can unfortunately believe it popped into my brain. I wish it didn't. But the other one. So, Skyrim. You know, you can get your in the house building bit. You can have an armory, and you can get wooden mannequins, which I liked the idea of. You know, order. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Get out of my head. I didn't say it. But I genuinely did think of the Skyrim, you know, armory. I don't even know where you would get a thing like one of those. Okay. I'm sure there must be somewhere, probably eBay or maybe even cursed Amazon. Okay, so that's all the red's done. Look how quickly we painted that instead of yesterday's stream where it took forever. Okay, so German grey. Normally, I'm going to see if I can use German grey. Otherwise, I don't. Oh God, we are actually whizzing through this. I'm using this for painting my World Eaters currently. I don't. We might just have to order more of this. But German grey is what I've used on the other 54 of the Ultramarines that I painted on last March Macragge. So I would like to continue in that front. I've just remembered the underside of this helmet needs a tickle of red, so we're not quite out of the out of the bushes, whatever the phrase is. We're not quite out of there. Just yet. Although I think we are now. It's only like, I don't think it was really noticeable, truth be told, but there we go. Best to be done. Surprisingly, really? I wonder if there's somewhere like a I was thinking like clothing, not a manufacturer, a shop. I doubt they'd only sell one though. That was I was thinking like a shop supplier, like a clothing shop supplier of sort of shop fittings and stuff like that. But I can't. Would they sell one mannequin? I don't know. At least in the that is the other issue, isn't it? Having it affordable. Definitely an issue. I'm going to quickly go over there and see if we can find the German grey. Very important. That's dark grey. German grey. Basalt. Found it. Gris. Alemania. Enjoy my Spanish pronunciation. Oh, they sell them from a second-hand store? Oh, they sell them second-hand? Would you go with a chrome one? Like in the only reason I'm saying chrome one is because I was thinking I was watching something which had Patrick. I've now drawing a complete blank on his name. The T1000. What the? He has a name, like the actor's name. If it's cheap. Well, anyway, so in the Terminator 2, they have he gets thrown out of a window, or he goes past a shop and there's a silver sort of mannequin, and obviously because the T1000's liquid metal, basically it's sort of gives it a weird look. Otherwise, I don't know. I've got no ideas. Short of literally making your own out of a bit of 2x4 with bits of dowel run through it and stuff, but that doesn't look nearly as good. Are we going to be able to work with you, paint? What is that? What is that? Oh! I was using an ancient ruler today. Like, this ruler is 26 years old. And it's covered in sort of, you know, I could probably do with going over it with some steel wool or something, but I don't want to take away too much of the numbering. But yeah, I was scraping. It kept getting caught on something. Then I realized I've just seen another one. There's like old bits of blue tack or whatever this disgustingness is stuck to it. So I scraped one off earlier today. It does need tarting up a little bit. But yeah, I've had this since I moved to the States, in fact. Hence the majority rule of cursed inches. We do have proper measurements on this side up here, but yeah, it does need tarting up a little bit. Almost older than you. Yes, almost older than me. Almost. Almost. So basically, for this German grey, we slap this in all the grooves. Then we will go over that later on with a black oil wash. Not an oil, well, yeah, an oil wash on those bits at least. So let's get a wiggle on with that. Effort though, yeah, well, this is the problem. Like, do you want to employ effort, or do you want, you know, just to pay something? Got to try and be as neat as I can. You'll take cheap and quality. The slow factor is fine. Yeah. What about AliExpress then? If you don't mind speed. Or I don't even know how to pronounce that one. Is it Temu or Temu? I like the idea of Temu pronunciation. Are you just browsing there? No idea how to type it. I've never shopped on there. All I get is the cursed adverts. Oh my god, this is driving me around the bend. I was pondering last night if we do any glazing in of ultramarine blue, just a little bit on the lower legs and stuff like that. That would dramatically increase the work time. But it might be good, it might be bad. Okay. That's half of one done. We've got to do the inner... We've got to do the palm. The inner glove bit. We might just paint the entire gun handle grey as well. Might as well. Can barely see it anyway. Wamposaurus, hello, how the devil are you? I hope you're well. Happy Pancake Day, Tuesday, whatever. Whatever tickles your fancy. How you doing? I don't know if Pancake Day tickles your fancy. Tickles mine. I don't think probably it's on the agenda though, unfortunately. So I might just have to make pancakes at some point when I get a spare minute, if I get a spare minute. Tired, full of food that's bad for you. That sounds like a good time. What kind of food are you talking about? Bad food, McDonald's. It's $3 for 2 of those breakfast things. God, I can't remember the last time I had one of those breakfast bad boys. I don't even know the last time I went to McDonald's. Genuinely don't know. Probably when I was drunk. I mean, definitely when I was drunk. So the problem is there used to be one. When I worked at Lion King, there used to be a McDonald's, an all-night McDonald's or whatever the hell it was called. Conveniently enough, right by the night bus stop, which was very irritating. So when I got drunk and I had to take the night bus home, I went there. See, you were stoned. Oh, I see. Why is this? Oh, it's because I'm wearing my jumper, which I don't normally wear. I even forgot that I had some fried rice, not an ham. Well, that's the problem with fried rice. It disappears, doesn't it? It disappears into the belly, and then you forget that you have it. That's the problem I have with a lot of that food. It just disappears into the belly. And then you need feeding again. So, exactly, I barely remembered it. Yeah. I mean, I often look at Chinese food as like, it's a very good... it seems like a very good interim meal. I don't really get full from it for very long. I don't know why, but it's what happens. Started painting Mortarion. What, big 40k Mortarion? Big bad boy. I think that's the reason why I rarely have Chinese food. I do like it, but it just rarely seems, filling enough. I have him in a box somewhere. So how are you going to be painting yours? Are you going to be breaking out the rich grey moth wings of doom? Or what kind of what do you have on the old agenda for him? I don't know how I'm going to paint mine. That is one thing I know. I've got no idea how I'm going to paint mine. I didn't do a stupid Instagram post. I mean, Instagram. I suppose I should do that sort of stuff. I hate doing it, though. The dreaded I'm going live post. Ugh. You still can't decide on the wings? Pallid hands, so dirty and white like the pics. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I really don't know how I'm going to paint mine. Problem is, I can't really decide on how I want to paint my Death Guard at all. I know I've got like a small amount of them painted sort of dark red. But beyond that, I don't think I'll do the full army like that. I think that was more of a test scheme than anything. We have a lot of Ultramarines to be painting though this month, and a World Eater tank, but that's not going to be on camera. Already got a little bit of a grey spot on that. So that's 2 done. 18 more to go. Oh, God. But maybe you could help. Should I paint his robe green or purple? Why don't you do a blend from purple to green? Green highlights, purple shadow, like in the wrinkles. In the wrinkly bits. No? Why not? You saying it's a terrible idea? Like his shoulder pads are definitely going to be green, Death Guard green, of course. Okay, so does my cunning idea does it frighten you? Okay, let's get the twirly whirly up. Where are we? So I'm not entirely sure what these bits... I mean, is this supposed to be fabric down here? This white stuff at the bottom? Like he's under his cloak? That is supposed to be fabric, right? And then he's got a cloak over the top of that. So are you talking about the purple bit that's on this miniature? If you got green shoulder pads... it's all... Oh, it's ether, is it? Is that what it's supposed to be? I'm not looking forward to painting him, to be honest. I keep getting tempted to maybe try and remove all of these veins and fill in the holes. And then maybe once that's done, then attempt maybe he can be my freehand masterpiece. Oh, hold on, that was a thing. CJ, thank you so much for the resub. Hello. Let me locate the hype button. CJ, thank you so much. How are you doing today? What's cracking? Happy Friday. I wish it was Friday. Speaking of Friday, Friday's stream is either going to happen or it's not. It's a very busy day, that's for sure. When I might not be back in time to stream at the normal time, so I gotta decide either. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Also, logically, that seems like yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's my mum's birthday, so going out to a sort of have lunch and then look around she wants to go around a national, like a national trust property. I don't know how long. I don't know what the weather's going to be like. I don't know how it's going to be really. So, and obviously she's not going to want to rush. So I can't be like, yo, I've got streaming to do. I got a Zoom. So I'm going to probably say at this point, Friday's stream is probably not going to happen. I reckon that probably makes the most sense rather than attempting to. I don't want to, ruin her birthday. So we probably might not be able to stream on Friday. However, I will attempt to make that up the following week and do an extra stream next week. I think that makes sense. Either it is or it isn't. So profound. It is. It is very profound. Either a stream or not a stream. Yeah, exactly. Not so bad. Managed to find... Oh, so did I. I also managed to find one. Nab one. So with the exception of a few more EC kits, I've got your hobby for the rest of the year sorted. Hell yes. What is your army going to be? Are you going to get the new BDSM Fulgrim or the 40k? Oh, hello. Or the 40k or the 30k one. I like the majority of the 30k one. Not 100% sold on the 40k one at this point, but price. The 30k one's very pricey. 40k one, how much is that going to be? I mean, like this geezer is 102. But if we type in, I see that mannequin. Yeah, just what do they call that? A half mannequin? Yeah, I know, Womposaurus. I have talked myself into it. I initially thought that maybe there was a chance that I might be able to cram a stream in, but I don't want to do that. So I will attempt to do another. I will make up for it next week and do an auxiliary stream on Wednesday or Thursday. Probably Wednesday, because Thursday streams have always been terrible and not worth even getting out of bed for, really. So, like, Fulgrim here is 182 quid. I prefer his snake tail. I don't really like BDSM Fulgrim's tail thing. But then again, look at the price. I mean, like, I like this one, but I don't like it that much. That's half of a mastodon, basically. Speaking of mastodons, I can segue into linking my throne. Oh, dear. You don't need that 5090. Well, the 5090s, I don't think of... Yeah, well, I don't know. Did I not just press the pedal of doom? I thought I did. I found a thing that's similar to what I'm looking for. How much was that? How much does that one cost? Because that's a nice mannequin. So it's going to be the army box, the combat patrol, 2 cacophonists, Lucius and 40k Fulgrim. Honestly, I prefer him to 30k one. Oh, okay. You don't really work. Yeah, well, I don't blame you. I don't blame you for not enjoying working with resin. It is a fiddle. Well, that's a good project. What about vehicles? What about vehicles? Are you going to do any conversions? 30k one is resin also. Yeah, no, I know the 30k one is. The 40k one is going to be plastic. 130 on a Chinese site, yeah. It is a shame. Like, hold on, very quickly while we discuss. We can have a very like. Okay, I just found him very quickly. All right, let's just have a quick butcher's. So, what I dislike about, I mean, what I like about this obviously is the tail and stuff. What I dislike, the wings being all the way up there. Like, as I said to someone the other day, they took their Fulgrim on a they went to a weekend what's the word when people have a bunch of 40k or 30k games? In this case, they had a bunch of games, a little tournament or tournament. He went to a tournament. He took this miniature with him, and I told him I'm slightly terrified about traveling with it. It's yeah. You're not in. Oh, okay. You're not one for vehicles. That's all right. That is all right. I'm a big fan of the vehicles. It would be a good excuse to attempt a conversion. But 40k one, I don't know. I keep thinking of this tail painted in, like, you know, black latex or black vinyl, if you know what I mean. For some reason, it's just stuck in my head. I think it's these, like, wrinkly bits right here. It looks very, yeah. I don't know. This is a bit weird as well. So we'll see. Obviously, like, price-wise, who knows? Who knows what the price will be. Expensive, though, regardless, but not as expensive as Horus Heresy one. Someday, Badger, we will both have an Astreus. Well, if only. If only. We've got to work towards the Mastodon on Throne first. I think we're 55% of the way there, which is obviously a fantastic time. But yes, that is a large project. The main issue is what Legion to paint it as. Death Guard, potentially. Initially, it was Imperial Fists, but we're slowly expanding the scope. I mean, we could potentially fill it up with World Eaters. You remember the smell of LAN parties? It's called smelly, usually. Is it? I've never been to one, so I wouldn't know. these tournaments. Surely people deodorize and things, right? Surely. Like, everyone is an adult there, usually. I think this is a case of the paint job doing Fulgrim a disservice. Yeah, it is strange how that happens. Like, I did that with like Bobby G. I was not keen on the Horus Heresy Bobby G mini. Turns out I just didn't like the paint job the person did. Like, it wasn't a technically bad painting at all, but it was just, I didn't like it. Or I didn't like it enough to consider buying the miniature. The head has a paint job that's not really working. It's yeah. I think there's a helmeted option though. You could just put a helmet on him and then cover his face up entirely. That reminds me, I need to finish painting Angron and make a start on Magnus. You must. You must finish these miniatures, otherwise you're not allowed to buy any more. Imperial Fist Mastodon would be sick. Well, that's what I was thinking. And I would really like, you know, we are 50% of the way there. So, you know, painting all that sweet, sweet yellow would be awesome. Or it will be awesome. Slap that bad boy down on the table. It's like a fat, angry bumblebee. Death Guard would be cool too with all the demon conversions you could do. I know. Well, I do technically have... So my general plan... Okay, my Imperial Fist army does have a bunch of geezers in it. But it's mostly... the army I initially started collecting was... Or planned for was a armored spearhead. I've got a few dreadnoughts for it, obviously, because I like a dreadnought. But when it comes to Death Guard, the general plan is a bunch of fleshy geezers and artillery. That's basically it. Lots of people just shambling towards the enemy, and then just like artillery, which might hit them, or it might go where it's supposed to go. It's all part of my goal to have the 4 chosen Primarchs and the 4 mortal champions of chaos. I think I might cap it all off with Be'lakor and some painting Abaddon again. Abaddon, eh? I've still got to finish my Abaddon. Unfortunately, I've got his lightning claw. One of his fingers broke. And one of the fingers broke. I don't know which one off the top of my head. His sword is slightly skew-if. It's a strange one. So it's like the end of it's a bit like, which is very irritating. And also a bit of the pommel is not the pommel, the handguard, the cross guard even is one end of that is broken, so I need to basically cast it, mold it, and then cast a new end, and then just smush them together again. And then I think his back spikes, one of the back spikes might be missing a bit. It is the big bad boy, Abaddon though. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting project when I get around to it sometime this century. You really want to pick up Abaddon and do in Death Guard Pallid Hands White? Do it. Do it. Do it. The Mastodon is 50% funded, yes, I believe. It's been a while since... It's... Where are we? 54% funded, yeah. Yeah, I have been talking about it for a hot minute. Abaddon. Yeah, that's what I've been saying, Gabba. That's what I've been saying. I said it. If your sword is bent at the end, see a doctor. Sorry, Gabba. Listen, I've been saying it like that for decades, all right? It's never going to change. It's never going to change. And I know people are very like, no, it's actually Abaddon or whatever. And to them I say, no, you're wrong. Because it rhymes with Abaddon. You're wrong. There you go. Simple. So in fact, I found my old picture of him right here. Unfortunately, so like I do have his spikes, like the majority of the spikes which pop out of there. So I think he has, I can't remember, is his left hand the claw? I think his left hand is the claw, right hand is the sword. And yeah. I'm so glad I managed to keep it though. Even if bits of it are broken and lost, we can remedy those, but I'm very glad I kept him. I'm just gutted I sold the Plague Bearer statue. That's what kills me. A bad one in some English accent, I guess. You're wrong doesn't rhyme with Abaddon. Millions would disagree. Millions would disagree with you. It could rhyme. I can make it rhyme, all right? I can make it rhyme. But then it wouldn't be in Twitch. I don't know. I think people are incorrect when they try and say it the alternate way. That's all there is to it, I'm afraid, ladies and jelly spoons. But yeah, I don't know what happens when we actually, like, if and when we do hit that Mastodon goal. I really have to make my mind up about what Legion. I really think, because I said initially Imperial Fists. I should probably stick with Imperial Fists. And then just fill it up with blokes with shields. Gabba, how you doing, you saucy rascal? I hope the old legs are improving. Damn it, I've gone and done the same thing again. My sleeve keeps catching this bit of kitchen stuff that I've got next to me. Kitchen roll, I think, is what people call it. So what colours we got? Dark grey. We're going to have to break out some Rhinox hide for the sort of weird leather belt thing. I've no idea if it's an actual leather belt or ceramides. Like, I used to paint these leather. So that's what I'm going to do for these ones. See, we've done that. Well, you can't really see it here, unfortunately. So, like, on the other 54 I've painted them all like dark brown leather. I don't know if they are actually leather. I think they might just be, like, weird ceramite things. I don't know. Rolling pin. I'm making pie crusts and bread. I do have a rolling pin. Or Ragnar, get that sustenance. Get the sustenance. I am absolutely starving. I had the protein shake, but it's not doing any favors today. The flesh is weak. Oh god, yeah. I'm definitely. I can't even argue that. Oh, hold on. Oh god. I was hoping we'd done that many. Oh, you can't even see how many we got up here. We've got 15 there and one here. Everything made of plastic in the future, so it's got to be polyester. You reckon? Polyester? Eesh. So it's basically the 80s all over again. I remember when shell suits were all the rage. Well, certainly everyone was banging on about them all the time in the 80s. Eesh. That was a horrific sight. Only David Byrne truly pulled off. I can't even. All oversized and giant shoulders. I don't even know. I think I've just tried to put it out of my mind as much as possible. All I seem to remember is like very like a lot of them were very sort of bright colors, and I think was it shell suits combined with what was it also power walking? Was that what was all the rage as well at the time? Like in my mind, shell suits very 80s, maybe early 90s. And I've sort of twinned that with power walking for some reason. Talking Heads, bloody hell. And I didn't really listen to a huge amount of Talking Heads. that I remember. Like, I know there are tracks that I've listened to from them multiple times, but I'm just so bad with like track names. It's terrible. For me, is that the question? How many projects? How many things? Oh, well, so I have the Space Marine Battle Force box set over yonder that I purchased in 2007. In 2022, we painted the first. Well, technically, we painted 54 miniatures in March. We have, and the Dreadnought. We have 50 of these guys to paint. A banner bearer and a captain. I'm personally aiming to do 40. If I can do 40, I'll be happy. That's 10 a week. If I can do... The reason I'm saying if I can do 40 a week, that would be great, is because technically I've already painted 10 of them. I painted 10 from the box set when I purchased it. And then I realized that I had another 92 to go after this, and 8 rhinos and 1 razorback on top of that. And I thought, oh God, maybe this project was ridiculous. So I'm saying 40. And then problem is I've painted the last 50 like this, and then like there's quite a disparity between the two. So I'm potentially just going to repaint these. Potentially. So that's why I'm leaving these to the last. I want to get the main 40 done. The 20 assault guys and the 20 devastators. If I can do the captain or the banner bearer at least, that would be great. We'll see. Problem is, beyond that, we've got Kratos battle tank to paint for my World Eaters. Maybe it was. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, but it's given me a good amount of content. I mean, to be honest, that blue, I do like how I painted them. Like, I liked how I painted the gold on them back then, but they honestly look a bit more Night Lordy blue. Looking back at them. So that's why I'm leaving them to the last bit. I'm not going to try and rush my way through to get those included, because I'll happily go back and paint them another time, because we've got many other things to paint. I mean, if there's an airbrush, there is an airbrush. Its name is Jeff. Jeff, the airbrush, which needs a bit of a polish. It needs a bit of a polish, but yeah, we do have an airbrush. So technically, that's going to be for the Horus Heresy Discord. They have a sort of a thing going on where you have to paint. It's more of a sort of thing to get you painting. Really, it's a 6-month project. Last month we did a Legion specific squad, so I did Red Butchers. I'll show you one. I'll show you the Red Butcher geezer right here. So my Red Butchers are finished. We got them. Unfortunately, they were like a day late. I took a picture of them almost done, but they didn't have the blood on them. So I wasn't happy. Like, you know. Anyway, my Red Butchers are finished. I just need to take photos for cursed Instagram. So this month it's a heavy vehicle, and then next month, April, we have a Dreadnought, a Walker to paint. So I'll be painting this one. I think I'll be painting the majority of this one on... I'll be painting a good chunk of it on Twitch and YouTube. Hello, YouTube. So I'll be painting a good chunk of this bad boy. Boop. Here. And then that takes us into May. I have to start pondering May projects and things. I don't know what I'm going to do. Gives me a bit of time though. But in the meantime, I've also got to add work. I've got to add stuff to my shops. I'm currently working on my Etsy shop, but combined with all this painting for the Ultramarines and that Kratos battle tank, it's somewhat stressful. It's a busy month. However, I think we will, if I can say we'll do 40 Space Marines, 40 Ultramarines, and ideally that battle tank, if possible. That will be a good thing. And in the meantime, work on getting the Etsy shop fully populated. I need a pair of tweezers. I've located a random hair. Bum. I'm not really painting. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, all right. Not sure. As I said, I'm not sure. May is currently up in the air. I don't know what we'll do for that. Hopefully I can figure something out. Wish I hadn't left my jumper on though. Keeps catching this bit of. I've got a bit of paper towel here, which I keep drying my brush on. And my jumper sleeve keeps catching it and dragging the paper towel away. Slightly irritating. So Java, too much blue. No such thing. How you doing? Happy Tuesday, dude. That's what the issue was. It's like a whole massive bit of fluff getting in the way of the brush. German grey. German grey. Or I was. If I couldn't find my German grey, I was going to use my. If I couldn't find my German grey, I was going to use my dark grey. They're pretty bloody similar. Like even between Vallejo German grey and Vallejo dark grey, I mean, I can't really tell the difference. They're pretty close color-wise. I genuinely can't see the difference. So, and then we'll be going over that with a black oil panel line kind of thing later anyway. It's just a dark grey color, which isn't black, basically. So the thing is, I did consider using heavy charcoal, which is also, I mean, I think there's more of a difference in person. I'm saying there's a difference in person. I'm just wondering if maybe it's just the bottle material being slightly glossier. Without putting them, I think this might be a bit smidgen, tiny bit of blue in there. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if I have Pro Acryl dark grey or charcoal. I don't remember buying it, but I might have purchased it. Definitely some blue. Yeah. Coffee's still doing okay there. What is that? What you use for between the joints? In the like the rubbery undersuit. I think I used to use just plain black. That you do? Yeah, I think it's a good choice. I will have to look into getting a few more pro acryl colors at some point. I have been using a lot of like bold pyrrole red. So for my red butchers, I used bold pyrrole red. And I've been using their two bronze colors, the light bronze and the regular bronze, which I've been liking a lot. I can't. Yeah, tell me. I've hated their nipples for so long. It's just not been great. And unfortunately, I'm too stubborn to pay extra for their, proper nipples. I know they sell them as an optional thing, but I won't be doing that. I'll just grumble about it. I need to scrape away the dried paint to get some out every single time, unless I take a bit of water. Yeah. Well, normally what I attempt to do is, like, once the paint's been deployed, I normally just take it to a bit of damp tissue and give it a bit of a ooh, 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 ooh. Evidently, not all the time. And then we have to suffer with a tiny bit of, at the top, which is irritating. It is very irritating, and I really wish that they hadn't gone with it, because like I don't have anything to grumble about their actual like paint. Their paint is, I do like using it, but this is too much of an irritation for me to buy them all the time. Unfortunately. Yeah, no. I know that's what you meant, Womposaurus. I was absolutely agreeing with you. I think it's it's the best way of dealing with it. Like I do have a a fair amount of their paints, but obviously, and also like the other thing I think I don't like about them is I've grumbled about it before, is the plastic is too rigid. You can't give it a good squeeze. Which kind of, I don't know, I get a bit nervous about sort of deploying the paint onto the thing as a result of that. Yeah, no, absolutely. Pre-installed ball bearing, absolutely. Like they've got a great product. It's just the cursed nip. Honestly, it's just the bottle. In general, I dislike. And that's a personal thing. Well, you and I. Or I'll speak for myself. It's just myself and maybe other people. It's just Actually agreed on that bit. See, the thing is, right? Okay, I'll get... Where are we? Okay. So, I've grumbled about this before. These pots are too rigid, in my humble opinion. Right? In fact, let me see if they're... I have one of their... Yeah, their original pot that they used is also very rigid. Like, very rigid. Then again, Dark Star. Now, I haven't bought any of their pots of paint since my initial purchase of paint because I've not really used them all. They're plastic, complete opposite. This is way too squidgy. In fact, I think I've destroyed a few nipples. Like, yeah, for example, that nipple got completely mullered and destroyed. So I'm unfortunately having to use this paint or I could just order some more and see it. But this Dark Star paint is too squidgy. I genuinely think like this has got just enough squidge. Like they're pretty close, but this just feels weaker. I honestly like the Vallejo's optimal in that regard. But hey ho, everyone's different and prefers different things. Like I'm sure there are many people out there who love like those bottles for whatever reason. The wrong reason, obviously, but they still like them. I don't know if I'm going to attempt to paint the neck. I might have to do a pass on them to see if I can go whoop like that. Because you can barely even tell that I did anything just then. It's all in the shadow anyway. You going to bed, Womposaurus? You sleep well, my friend. Good luck thinking about Mortarian's wings, though. I reckon you should do and get Abaddon's. Get him, pallid handed up. See what he looks like. Need to go. Like that a little bit. You got 2 ideas in your head. Give me your ideas. Give me your ideas so I can not pinch them. And say, oh, actually, those were my ideas. And when you post them on your Instagram, be like, actually, that was my idea. Next time. Oh, you big tease. All right, dude. Sleep well. Sleep well. Good to see you as always. I'm going to paint the little rubbery inside of the hand bit, and then we may paint the handles black. I don't know. We'll see. When we break out we're going to do the Rhinox hide. We're going to do the handles for all the chainsaws, like orangey leather. But we will do Rhinox hide as a base tone. Then we'll sort of Mournfang brown it up a little bit. Did buy some magnets today. So I've hopefully got enough magnets to do all of these bases. I've got them in really useful boxes. Like I've got 50 in that one with the Dreadnought. And I got some of those metallic sheets, those ferro Dubry-Firkin sheets. So hopefully I'll have enough to have all 100 Ultramarines in 2 of those boxes. With the magnets on. I need to get into the swing of magnetizing all the bases. So I'd like a handle that can work with magnets on the base. That's the general plan, I think. Oh, that is mostly paint rather than thinned paint. As I said before streams, as I said near the beginning of the stream, I'm not sure if I'm going to use... I'm not sure if I'm going to glaze in some ultramarine blue for the, like, some of these bits. Of armor that will add a considerable amount of time on. I'm very sure I didn't do that before on the previous blokes, but this time around we might. Give them a tickle. Next time. I'll get you next time. Yeah, the main thing is also really, it's a lot to do this month. The Etsy is mostly populated. I just need to go through all the items and make sure all the wording is still correct. Because some of it seems to have changed when I transferred from Shopify to Etsy. Which does make me slightly concerned that I need to double check Shopify again. But yeah, we do need to double check that as well. And then make all those live. I'm going to go for the jugular now. I suppose I should attempt to do the neck on all of them. I suppose it makes sense. But I do wonder, what are we? Hour and a half into stream. I wonder if let's quickly go and do all the necks and things. Yeah, we are getting a little bit of grey on the underneath of the chinny chin there. It's okay. It's a shadow no one's going to see, really. Except some of these necks are slightly more exposed, so... Probably might just get the more exposed ones rather than the nightmare ones. It's a very exposed neck. Good enough for Disney. That neck's incredibly exposed. Oh, hello. Almost dropped that one. So yeah, the other sergeant also has well, you'll see in a bit, has a bald head. Not wearing his helmet. So I might make that one with a white stripe down the center. So he can be a veteran sergeant. Not sure. Do not know. Why has he got the dangly on him? He's got... Oh, no. Because look, he's got a dangly thing on him. He's a sergeant. And this guy, because he had a plasma on, I thought he was going to be my sergeant. But maybe this guy was going to be the sergeant with the auxiliary danglies. That, I could either rip this guy's head off. I don't know. I've already ripped one head, torn one head off. We'll just have to... He's a special weapon guy. It can be all his... A list of all his kills or something. Da, 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 da. What's up, Stabby? How you doing? What's cracking? Happy Tuesday. Happy Pancake Day to you. Have you had pancakes? I have had none. It's been terribly, terribly sad. Mostly because I just forgot to make them. Although I have been reminded twice. And obviously that's just terrible. We are making headway though. Like, progress is happening. I just don't think I'm going to be painting my first company this shade of blue. Like, I do like it, but I don't know if I like it enough. Because I kind of like... I did that YouTube video on Ultramarine, how to paint an Ultramarine. Highly amazing video. And I did like how that one turned out. So, we shall see. All right, Jeff. Let's get you done. Not done pancakes in years. Are you not keen on them, or you just can't be bothered? In which case, I don't blame you. They are... what I've discovered through a lot of practices, the first pancake is always a disaster. It's a sacrificial pancake for the god of pancakes. It never seems to work right in my humble experience. So that one's usually yeeted. And then it's okay. I'm not sure of my favorite topping though. Like for example, I think my brother likes Nutella. I like vanilla ice cream and maple syrup, but I also like the classic, was it crepe Suzette, with just sugar and lemon juice. Didn't watch RoboCop last night though, that's for sure. Obviously talking about pancakes. Obvious next discussion point. Didn't watch RoboCop. It's definitely on the agenda to watch though at some point. Oh god, that was a bit of a mistake. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Okay, so yet another one done. We're actually powering through these little bits of grey rubber. I still don't know what this thing's supposed to be made of. Like this, like what is that supposed to be? I don't think I've ever painted them a different colour. I may have painted them silver or steel at one point. I'm just not entirely sure what they are. That's the problem. Da, 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 da. Noisy seagulls. Dun, dun, ba, 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 ba. Get the front bit done. Hopefully I don't have to paint this steel tomorrow. I think we've got just enough to be doing to keep us away from painting metallics until Friday. If we can do that, that would be... We're not doing a stream on Friday, so if I can get the majority of the steel metallics done over the weekend, then that gives us next week to get all the panel lines done, the highlights, and the basing. I do need to really narrow down the basing, though. I'm not sure what we're going to do. Like, oh, God, this creaky chair. Obviously, like the previous time we did this, we did this, which is we did Goblin Green, put some PVA down, and just dunked it into some basing stuff. I'm really not very happy with it, but we'll see what we can do. I think maybe if we can do a better version of this, it was just because there were so many to do. It needed to be quick. So if we can get these all done, that'd be great. I just don't know. I would like to be able to fix these bases. Probably means ripping those off and then slapping something over the top of this stuff. Means it's going to mean a lot of work, like a very strenuous amount of time doing a lot of basing. But we shall see. Unfortunately, the following two squads after that, two Devastator squads, which is not, like, half of them are going to be, it's basically a tactical squad. There'll be 2 sergeants to paint. Eight regular Marines with bolters. 2 Marines with special weapons, i.e. flamethrowers and melter, I think I'll be doing. And then 8 Devastators, which is going to be the strenuous bit. What's up, Ice? How you doing? How you doing? Happy Tuesday to you. What's going on? Had to double check. My eyes just suddenly went weird. But hello there. What are you up to today? What's on the old agenda for yourself? Planning first purchases for a restart in... Oh, hello there. When you say a restart, how long have you been on a break for? I was on a break. I'll put the lid on. Oh, yeah, I've been on a break. How long was my break for? It was... I purchased this box set, the Apocalypse box set, 2007 or 8, whenever it came out. I painted one squad, right? So I painted one squad of them, and then thought, you know what, I've got another 92 to do, after 94 out to paint after this. Then 9 vehicles. And then I put the miniatures away and got back into... So I'd say a 10-year break. Majar, hello? How you doing? Iron Hands or Yanden. They're yellow and blue, are they not? I believe. Last time you played... Hey, likewise. Last time I played a game of Warhammer 40k was actually in the States when I was living over there in 1999. No. It would have been the first semester, second or third. I'll say early 2000 was the last time I played Warhammer 40k. And that's when I took my, at the time, Space Wolf army against my friend. I think he had Dark Angels, and I crushed them. Absolutely crushed them into the dirt where they belong. And then I thought, you know what, I've won. I don't need to play the game again. Because I could potentially lose. Let's stop on a high note. Yeah, so I do remember the front, side, and rear armor rules. I don't really play the painting is really, although we do slow painting, so I'm just focusing on like painting as nicely as I can, vaguely attempting to, rather than necessarily playing. I like to collect minis with a view to potentially play. But I'm not going to delude myself that I will play. Jar, how you doing? Happy Tuesday, happy Pancake Day, and all that kind of good stuff. Iron Hands. When I think of Iron Hands, I think, ooh. That's what I think. Mostly because. Oh, I made a mistake. The brush bent, and it's the second time that's happened today. I like dreadnoughts and I like vehicles, and I think the Iron Hands are pretty good with those. So I would be tempted. Potentially. I'm not saying I can at the moment. I've got far too many. So we got Ultramarines. Which we're obviously painting right now. We've got, this is 40k, Imperial Fists. Technically Blood Angels, and technically some random unit or whatever that I'm coming up with. And my original 40k Space Wolves. I'm very tempted to strip them and repaint them. Apart from Ragnar and Njal, Stormcaller, Nigel. I might just have to find replacements. I don't think I have it in me to strip those particular miniatures of paint. I do have a couple of my original Terminators that I painted. I need to locate them. I'm not going to strip those Terminators because I like to have them as a reminder also to show people, saying, look, this is one of my first 5-10 miniatures that I painted in 1993, 94. You played White Space Marines back then with small delegations of Grey Knights. I had the original Grey Knights as well. I remember getting Grey Knights. I have them in a box somewhere. I don't quite remember. I can't remember actually what came out first. Was it Grey Knights or Sisters of Battle? Because I've got a few of my sisters left. Including the majority of like one of the original immolators, like, you know, the old with the metal burny bits on the front of the old Rhino. Anyway, regardless of that, I do remember buying the Demon Hunter. So I have the Demon Hunter, the old Demon Hunter book, which had Inquisitors and Grey Knights in, I believe. The Sisters, I think, had a separate codex at the time. Completely separate, maybe. I'm not entirely sure, actually, come to think of it. I should probably reread it. Talon Carskin? I like to call them... I always call them Carskin. But I think I've been saying that incorrectly all my life. But I'm stuck into it now. Black armor and white weapon casings are more difficult than it sounds at first. Lots of clean edge highlighting. Yeah, absolutely. You're quite tempted to strip and properly repaint 2 other miniatures, though. The limited edition Captain... Wait. This one. This one? Is this one you're talking about? Basically one of my all-time favorite miniatures. I wish they would re-release Cato Sicarius in this pose with dual lightning claws in Primaris. I absolutely adore this mini. It needs a lot of tidy up, and I honestly have a sneaky suspicion that I may have purchased a recast. Like the I don't know. It wasn't in a blister, and the metal does look very clean. Strangely, I can't remember buying it because I was eyeing it up on eBay for quite a while. In blister for I think 39 quid, a lot of money. But strangely though, I also have his worse form. You know, I got Cato Sicarius with the Tempest Blade. Whatever it's called is the Tempest thing. Which I'm also going to have to paint. So I've got 2 iterations of him to paint. Strangely though, he's missing I believe he has a plasma gun. Plasma pistol. Hopefully I can find just a regular one and jam it in there and hopefully make it work. I can't remember buying this either, so... Lightning Claws seem to have fallen out of favour in time. I know. But, saying that, there is one in the Black Templars box set. In the Crusade... Where is it? So... Which is a shame. I mean, it's good for Black Templars, because they have a lot of taste. 140k... Space Marines, Black Templars. I believe it's the... Where are they? Probably already missed them. It's the sword. It's not the Sword Brethren. It's the... There's this geezer here. Where is there a... What? They don't do a separate picture of the best boy. That is an absolute tragedy. Absolute tragedy. But dual lightning claws do exist for Primaris. But apparently only the Black Templar one has the miniature of it. I mean, I suppose I could use that as a basis for Kato. I just wonder what the reverse side of him is like. Aside of that Crusader kit, yeah. Yeah, I might be able to... I could potentially do something with that. I know Mamacon did a very nice conversion of that Sicarius, which I like. I'm not keen on it either. I'm not keen on it either. It's terrible. It's just not for me. Right. I haven't seen a single 40k Primaris with power claws, or probably... No, I think I'm going to need more coffee very soon. It is weird they don't seem to do it. They seem to do Thunderhammers, power swords. Thunderhammers, power swords, power axes. Are there any other power weapons they do? I'm probably forgetting. Oh, like power fists. I think that's about it. Off the top of my head. I'm so sorry. I don't know where that came from. I need more sleep, evidently. Needs a lot of cleaning of Black Templar insignia to use that. Yeah. I think he is... Did they not preview a Primaris Sicarius? Or was that an actual dream I had? Could have been a dream. I hope not, because I rarely do. I don't really dream that often. I don't really want to be dreaming about Space Marine miniatures. Oh, starts with the light. I'm going to. I've got some right here, thankfully. Oh yeah, the Primaris 4 staffs. Yeah. I wish they would go like back a bit and sort of bring back like the old like combi weapons as well. I don't think we have many combi weapons now. I don't really look at the rules and stuff though, truth be told. So I could be like I happily watch battle reports and stuff like that when I'm painting off camera. Like I'll throw on a battle report because I don't really need to 100% concentrate. And I can still like hear what's going on. It's mostly kind of I watch Winter's SEO, SNN battle reports, tabletop tactics occasionally. That's usually about it. I don't really stray much beyond those channels for battle reports. But I do watch like a bit less of tabletop tactics than I used to. I used to watch them primarily, but it has slowly shifted over to like Winters and SNN. Mostly because they do Horus Heresy as well, which is what I'm mostly keen on. I do have a few. So I've got planned lists for armored spearheads for Imperial Fists, a artillery list for Death Guard, I'm working on some World Eaters currently. And then I think I might be going Space Wolves for one of the other, or Ultramarines for like another Legion, should I get around to it. As for the Iron Hands, I was considering a real black primer and a very gentle Zenithal of dark grey. Then a layer of Null Oil. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen someone do that, in fact. Like, that sounds very familiar. I could see that happening. Yeah, I think that would be a good way of doing it. Painting black armor is... I'm not really sure what so I do have some. Oh, I also have Black Templars for 40k. Some of them at least. I don't know how I'm going to do it, which is what's holding me back, unfortunately. Like, so I got Blood Angels and Black Templars, both of which, like, I have the Death Company like army set that I did for Blood Angels a while ago. So I got a bunch of black armor to paint, but I would like them to be not the same black armor. I need to figure out how I'm going to do them before I start. Tactical Tortoise and Proxy Hammer are also good channels. Oh, okay. I will keep my ears peeled. I have not heard of either of those. Off the top of my head, I think maybe Proxy Hammer, maybe. That is a big maybe, though. But I shall have a... I'll have a look. But as I said, like, chance of me playing very minimal. I just don't get enough time. And getting to places to play is also... awkward. Okay. We'll just jam that like that. There are some more faction-specific ones. Oh, okay. See, I remember when I was living in the States, all that time ago, I picked up a White Dwarf magazine, and they had the Eandon... Sorry, not the Eandon. That's a complete lie. The Samehan, Han, whatever it's called, craft world, like they call it the Wind Rider Army or something like that. Beautifully painted up, like white, really smooth white, red painted jet bikes, and I kind of like went, oh, well, hello there. And I did actually buy some. I bought a bunch of bikes, a Grav thing, Wave Serpent maybe, something like that, and a few other bits and bobs. In fact, I have some of the original bikes I found the other day, still cellophaned. Tactical Tortoise goes heavy on tournament meta. Oh, okay, yeah. Tournaments are not. I think if I ever get to the games myself, I think I would be definitely narrative. Like, I'm really... I do find like the setup of scenery in tournaments to be very boring. Like, I know it's sort of fair, but I just find it meh. Not for me. I prefer, like, I don't really care about like hypothetically losing a game. I just prefer to sort of have an interesting story about it. Reviewing, but strangely saying that, I do like looking occasionally at tournament lists Just when I'm looking at armies going, do I like this army? Because there are some tournament lists I've looked at and they've gone, hello there, when they're ridiculous. Because it gives me an in to potentially start a new faction if the list is suitably ridiculous, then I will wiggle an eyebrow at it. Usually, if it's something like lots of tanks or lots of dreadnoughts, then I'll really wiggle my eyebrows and try not to get tempted too much. Latest video had a deeper look into the Fellhammer Siege host. See, I'm not even... What is that? Oh, Iron Warriors? I do have Horus Heresy Iron Warriors. Some of them. I think I did 3 squads of heavy things and then maybe 20 regular troopers or 10 regular I don't know. I'd started it. It wasn't particularly amazing, but it had 3 squads of heavy blokes, I think. 2 Iron Domitar dudes, robots. A Leviathan and a Contemptor. Oh, and a couple of the what are the robots? Not the Phalanx Siege Automata or whatever they're called. The other ones. Not the really light ones, not the massive ones. Just, let me hold on. Cursed adverts. Oi. Is that Ragnar? You know a good way? I better wait 48 seconds so I can make the most, so I can really shill. It is a good way. Did you get your food, Ragnar? Like and subscribe if you are on YouTube. I'll make the most of this advert break on Twitch. I got something in my eye. Anywho. Shilling the subs, well, one has to, unfortunately, if one wants to grow and all that kind of stuff, which I would like to. And we are coming up to, God, the 7th year of streaming on Twitch. I do wonder sometimes, Ragnar. It's a bit... I don't know. Made some noodles with chicken, veg, and lemon sauce. Delicious. Stream went from I also have Horus here to you need to travel there, have this car. Oh no. I'm really sorry. And the Adidas sneakers. I'm very sorry. I think I used to have my advert set up to go off every half an hour. No. I think I used to have my adverts go off every 20 minutes for 30 seconds. Now I think I have them go off for 3 minutes every hour. Either way, whatever it was, apparently in my brain before, I think I had it set up so that, when people hypothetically raided in, they shouldn't get pre-roll adverts, which is like a curse of a streamer. But Ragnar was saying there is an amazing way to defeat the adverts, unfortunately. Unfortunately, subscribing is one way. However, what I was saying was Horus Heresy. I do have some Iron Warriors Horus Heresy geezers. I got some Iron Domitar things, some heavy support guys. I think 30 of them. Some regular blokes. A Leviathan, a Contemptor, and some of these ones. Right here, these Castellax Battle Automata. But I have them fitted with the dark... Well, I have the resin ones from Forge World, but they're not fitted like this. They're fitted with the dark... the dark Doobie Firkins. Whatever they're... Dark Fire, I think, is the weapon. Either way, I was trying to do a Walker heavy list. I can't remember how I did it, though, unfortunately. So I whether or not we get... But unfortunately, they're old geezers. Rather than the new fancy ones. I.e., the new plastic ones. Reno, oi oi. What's cracking, dude? Happy Pancake Day. Happy Tuesday. Sorry, I really yelled that into the microphone. I'm very sorry. Even the Emperor uses Adidas sneakers. Do you reckon? When he's sneaking around behind all of the custodians' backs. So just in case you haven't heard, folks, like Friday is my mum's birthday, so stream is not going to happen. I will endeavour to make up for it next week. Hopefully. It's just, you know. No idea what I'm going to do for my birthday. I've not even thought that far ahead. It's June, end of June. But yeah, you were looking at the Iron Hands, the heavy intercessors. I have 5 heavy intercessors to paint. I don't know what to paint them as. Dreadnoughts and Gladiator. I have 1 Gladiator tank. I think I know what I'm painting that with. Well, apart from paint, obviously. Before anyone comes in with hilarious suggestions. Reno, what's cracking? Broken heating in the house? Oh, no. And 300... Oh, no. Oh, no. Sorry, dude. What's wrong with the car? Third faction in consideration with 40k Iron Warriors, completely ignoring the possibility of having possessed and cultists in your army, but instead having allied Chaos Knights. Do it. Do it. Don't even consider. Just do it. There's nothing stopping you. Except potentially money. He just chucks the remains of Malcador on the throne and sneaks out. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happens, Ragnar. 8 degrees. How cold is it here? Wheel speed sensor throwing. Oh, no. See, this is the thing with new cars, with all their speed sensors and weird things. And a busted wheel bearing. Oh, no. Dude, I hope that gets remedied ASAP. And you managed to stay warm. I would use this as an optimal chance to have... I would use that as the massive... The biggest opportunity to have as much hot chocolate as physically possible. Whenever it gets cold in my house, like in the house, I use it as an excuse for hot chocolate. It's pathetic, I know. I don't need an excuse for hot chocolate, but I make an excuse for hot chocolate. Oh no! It's hot chocolate time, baby. Well, hopefully that money will appear quickly and it all gets paid for ASAP, dude. I'm very sorry to hear that. Having had an old... I know your car isn't old and broken down, but I did have a Mini. I've had several Minis, in fact. But those things were eternal money hoovers, vacuums. It was terrible. The amount of money I spent on those cars, I don't even want to think about it. I'm glad I'm not glad I don't drive anymore. I wish I did. If I didn't have the stupid epilepsy, I don't know. I'd probably still be driving, but I'd be I don't know. My core thoughts with my Iron Hands list was like, I want to have a list that does well as either attachment. Anvil Siege Force or Ironstorm Spearhead. Going with the heavy Intercessors and Redemptors make for a good core there. Yeah. I think you should go, well, I don't, you do whatever you want. Don't listen to me. I know nothing. I would just go as many tanks and dreadnoughts as possible. Joys of an Audi A4. Oh, you know what I always wanted? Actually, you know what? I had the poor man's version of that. I had the Volkswagen Passat, which I think, as I understand it, uses the same frame, whatever the word is that car people use. The subframe, chassis. Maybe chassis is the word. I think chassis might be the word I'm looking for. I think. Anyway, suffice to say, I did have a Passat, which was remarkably similar to the A4, just a bit less snazzy. Even the little bits are expensive. Curses. Both fit the lore-accurate warfare style of the Iron Hands. I was to squeeze in a dreadnought of 500... Kill that, mate. Yeah, I do think that... Because it's the Vag group, isn't it? The Volkswagen Audi group. Right? So I think there's... Is it not Skoda? What's the other company? Which I think also a part of that. Maybe it is Skoda. Yeah, yeah, I thought the acronym... Oh, is it Porsche? Skoda. Okay, so it was Skoda. Okay, yeah. Because I think there was... I was thinking like... There was a Skoda which also used basically the same subframe, whatever, as the Passat and the Audi A4. But that was like the next, like, I don't want to say cheaper car down, but... What? Who's talking? Chassis, yeah, and engines. Yeah, I did like my Passat a lot, though. It was very comfy. Going from I'm trying to remember the exact route. I went from a Subaru Impreza WRX to a Mini Cooper, like a 2000. It was basically a very, very, very late 2000 Mini Cooper before BMW got their filthy hands on it. And then I ended up with a Passat after that. That's quite a jump from tiny little Mini with a 1.3 engine with a single SPI. No, that was an MPI engine. That was a multi-point, I think. To a 2-liter Volkswagen. Oh, and Lamborghini? Really? Oh, God, I've got to stop doing that. They own Lamborghini? I did not know that. VW Group covers the commoner brands, but also Bentley. Really? I did not know that. Ducati. There was one time when I was very briefly, and I almost looked at motorbike. I mean, I did look at motorbikes, but not enough to like really consider it being a reality. But I was eyeing them up, going, "Ooh, you're a saucy motorbike." I could potentially imagine slithering into some leathers, and then getting a motorbike. But there are only a couple I really remember like really liking. I think it was a Ducati Monster. I'm going to get the names wrong because I'm not good with motorbikes. It's Triumph Speed Triple. And there was also another Ducati like crotch rocket thing. Greetings from Germany. Wait, aha! How is Germany today? What's the weather like? Tell us the things. I've only made it to Germany once so far, which sucks. Because I keep wanting to come over. But just trying to think of holidays. Like, I like the idea of a winter holiday there sometime. A lot. It's already dark outside. Oh no. 7:30. Where's my watch? Where's my watch? It's in my hand. Yeah, Ragnar. Like it wasn't like the whole motorbike thing wasn't a desire for me to actually get into leather. Like none of that. But I mean, I would have had to worn protective garments should I ever fly off a motorbike. It's made of really different states. You don't want to become the leather man? No. No. There's a time and a place for it. Right. No. I do not. Although never say neither. I mean, never say leather. But back then the thing was, like, I was also going to the gym a lot. I was this is when I was working at the Lion King in London. I used to bike into work. So it was like, I don't know, 45 minutes on the bike. 40 minutes. Including a massive hill at the end. Well, when I was going back home, there was a massive hill. At the beginning, there was a massive, there was technically a hill, but you were going down the hill. So 40 minutes in, and then, like, depending on the day, there was the show, and then I went to the gym for an hour on my lunch break usually, then biked home. So I was very, somewhat more slender than I am now. The idea of leathering up now is like, oof. I don't want to put that into... Anyway. So that's that. But I do... and I have been grumbling about the lack of... Like, when I was at school, like, we learnt French, fine. And then I changed school and we were given the option of picking up another language as like an extra class. Unfortunately, it wasn't really an option. It was either take the class or don't. But the class was Spanish. So I thought, I'll give it a go. It's not German. I would have preferred German. Which is why, like, my middle brother, he went to a different school for his, like, A-levels. And he did German. And I was very irritated about that. I tried Spanish and failed so badly. I thought, you know what? This is just a waste of time. I'm wasting the teacher's time. I'm wasting my time. I can't pronounce half the words. All the upside down question marks are confusing me. I'm just going to quit this. This is... I've got to concentrate on trying to pass something else. So yeah, where are we? We are doing batch painting today, in case it's not immediately obvious. I mean, it should be after 2.5 hours of non-stop grey painting. This entire month we've got Ultramarines on the agenda. Sweet, sweet Ultramarines. We'll see how much we get done of this squad of 20 this month, this week, and next week. Hopefully this squad will be finished by then. Having a quick look at my calendar, we'll say end of next week is, yeah, basically halfway through. So I reckon if I can get the majority, if I can get all 20 of these done by, bearing in mind Friday's completely off, and I'm only getting half a day of Saturday and half a day of Sunday of painting. If I can get the majority of them painted by, well, next Thursday, I'll be very happy. That gives us 2.5 weeks, maybe, whatever that is, to get 20 Devastators painted. And potentially rework the initial 10 that we painted years ago. I slept. Hold on. So I got paint on the brush. I don't want to waste it. I do apologize. Will do. Good enough for Disney. I slept through English lessons back in junior high. I was going to try and pronounce that. I know I'll make a complete pig's ear of it. Listened to MTV, read gameplay forums, played games in English language, then did several English certificates on Cambridge standards. Including one for IT, business. Oh, really? So that's a good way of picking up English. Well, picking up any language, I suppose. Like watching a lot of media in another language is, I think, a good way. Unfortunately, there is the whole, picking up of via MTV and films. You get a lot of American English, which is obviously, not proper. I do get very irritated with it sometimes. You ever used a brush-on primer? I have used a brush-on primer, but I don't. So this is. I normally. Oh. I was wondering where this was. We got metal to paint. This might be good. But yes, I do have a grey one as well. And is this a airbrush one? What is this one? AK. I think I yeet this through an airbrush. This one. So yes, I do have them. I'm not massively keen on. I'm trying to not use the AK interactive one. Not the AK, excuse me. The Vallejo surface primers because, well, I'm trying not to use the AK surface primers on vehicles and large projects because in the past I found that they peel, which is not really ideal. Hey, that rhymed. Hey. The least issues communicating with island folks is my school had class. See, my brother did that. He went when he was learning German. I don't. He stayed. I think he, in fact, it wasn't even a class trip. I think he stayed with a German family for a week or something. All I remember was my brother. I think he basically crashed a wedding. So he was like 17 or 18. I think he managed to sort of go to someone's wedding somehow, but without an invite. He's very naughty boy. And I think he said, "Oh, I'm like one of the cousins from England or something like that." I think that was what he. I don't know. But school trips are a good thing. I did when I was learning French. We did a couple of school trips to France for I think like a week or something like that, and we had sort of projects to do and stuff on it. One to London and one to Newcastle. Newcastle. Interesting, because I know obviously like London is obviously like a popular place for schools to go to. It's also like not cheap though. Newcastle, I've been once, and that was to buy a car. In fact, that's where I purchased my Mini Cooper. It was somewhere just outside Newcastle, I think. I at the time didn't realize how far up the country it was. And then when I was driving back, I looked at the map and thought, you know what? I should have rethought this purchase because it's quite a drive. How did you find those two? Like, at the time? So I've never really like properly visited Newcastle. I lived in London for a while. Not massively keen on London. So yeah, Reno, what were you asking about the brush-on primer? Exactly. I do have them. I tend to put them through an airbrush though. But in the past I have slapped them on with a brush. Occasionally. Just not many times. Your school was offering exactly one course for secondary foreign languages. French, I said no. Would gladly join either Russian or Japanese though. I reckon I would have attempted Japanese. Russian. Crikey. I don't know if I would have attempted that at the time. I don't know. I'm not sure. I was really more keen to do a German class. Unfortunately, my school didn't do it. I've grumbled about it so many times on this stream over the years. It's still evidently irritating me. I should do something about it at some point. I don't think they offered Russian though, and Japanese, no. Oof. So I'm hoping to get a little bit more of this done. I'm going to attempt to do a little bit more of this, but the problem is I've also got to change stuff on my Etsy store. And trying to fit everything in this month is like the Etsy store stuff is like mostly kind of done. I just need to go through each item and just double check the wording. And some of them I need to add variations on because like it's a strange thing. When I've had multiple options on an item in Shopify, if I had like 3 options for something, that transfers over well to Etsy. But if there've been like 3 options and then a further separate 3 options, like i.e. 2 drop-down menus for the same general item. That hasn't transferred over to Etsy, so I need to go through and remake those, which is slightly tedious. Because for the ritual casting things, there's an awful lot of options. So, yeah. It's just taken a little bit more time than initially thought. I thought the menus would, like the options would transfer over nicely. Obviously, by the way, we have changed the music for today. No synthwave or anything like that. I thought I'd give it a change, see how it goes today, see if it's remotely tolerable. It is somewhat relaxing. I don't know if it's too relaxing though. Five more to do. Oh, we've missed a few necks, I think. That's getting some steel painted on it. Don't need to worry. This neck needs a good old... It did sound like Mr. Bean earlier. Oh, okay. Why is my phone on noisy mode? How do I... That might work. I think I might have put it onto vibrate mode by accident. I hate that mode. So Reno, what was your question about the brush on primer? If you had one. So I think we are going to get all this undersuit painted today. What I might do is, I know I said I probably won't do it till later, but I might go around and do an initial pass of all of the lenses off camera. Potentially. Get that green done so we don't need to worry. We've got gloss varnish to go over it first, but we won't be doing anything around the eyes with the pin washing with the oils, etc. So it shouldn't be too much of a worry. So I reckon that'll be okay. Do you recommend it? Well, this I think this was one of the issues why I picked it up to begin with, all that time ago. Is because of the the weather was rubbish and I couldn't prime outdoors. I thought, well, I'll give this stuff a go. Excuse me. I've only really got experience with the AK surface primer. As I said before, I'm not really keen on, like, I've primed a large vehicle with it before, and I don't know if it was necessarily a me issue, but I did find a bit of a peeling issue with it, which was very irritating. So I'm not keen on it really for large surfaces, but I think with smaller miniatures, like, well, you know, these, absolutely fine. I've had no issues with it in that regard. Are you able to airbrush the primer on? If I can get all the eyes done tonight, I'll be chuffed. Chuffed. I don't know what I'm going to paint tomorrow, but we do have the Kratos to paint as well, or the Kratos. No airbrush would be okay. So I think it's I have in fact used a brush before. I can't remember if I thinned it down. I think I may well have thinned it down a little bit. Yeah. And just taken my time with it. Just waiting. I would have done a couple of layers and just tried to paint it on as smoothly as possible, because that is the issue with it. Like, if you leave brush marks in it, then subsequent layers are going to pick up that texture. So I think I didn't use a tiny weeny brush like this. I think I would have used potentially some big bad boy brush like this. This one not in particular, because this is actually like a rock. It is, in fact, like the bristles aren't moving. So I would have thinned it down a fair amount, brushed it on, waited for it to done a couple of coats. I think it will be absolutely fine, Reno. But as I said, I've only really got experience with the AK surface primer stuff. I've got that AK interactive, sorry, the Vallejo surface primer. I do have the AK one, which I've yet to try. And I also have the, Steinelres. Now, I know a lot of people seem to love it. I hated this with a burning passion. I have said I'll give it another go, though, at some point. But this was via the airbrush. I was really not keen on it, but I think it might have been a me issue. No thinning required. This is best done with the airbrush. I'm just wondering if they say anything about using a regular brush. No, they're not. So there's no point really even talking about this one. I mean, I would say this is probably absolutely usable with a brush as well, but it's meant for using with the airbrush. Army Painter have one now. Reno, I mean, honestly, I would give it a go. Like, what's the worst that can happen? I would get a miniature which you don't really care about, or, you know, you care less about, and do a practice. I'll just do a couple of, like, you know, a few thin layers rather than one chunky layer, and just wait for each layer to dry. It might not be as quick as with the spray can, but I think you'll get a pretty good result, yeah. I need to drink some more coffee. I'm absolutely... Is this where I would go... One could hypothetically use my Element Games affiliate link to save yourself some money. What a majestic segue that was. into Army Painter Paints. We got matte varnish, oil stains, radiation glow. Okay, they got some interesting paints, which I am going to try some speed paints at some point. I have a couple of things in my cart already. For example, I've got Mephiston Red in my cart already, and indeed this steel color, because I think I'm going to have a lot to paint. I got a bunch to paint on these guys already, but with this Kratos, I got a bunch to paint as well. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much for the link. Well, look, I mean, hold on. Skedaddle. What's going on here? Ooh. It does say email me in stock, so look at the date. Oh, this is what does confuse me, unfortunately. Is when they say stock on the way, 6. And then dispatch due 21st of February. Reno, to get around potential, shipping, I would probably email them and say, look, it says you've got 6 on the way, and the dispatch date was basically last week. Can you confirm that either you have it in stock and it's ready to go? Because I can't afford to be waiting around. I've got important painting to be doing. And that's why your order was split. Yeah, exactly. I don't quite understand this. Like, sometimes it makes sense, but honestly, sometimes also, like, the dispatch date just jumps around, which is slightly irritating. I think genuinely, I do really like Element Games, and I get the majority of my stuff from them. They do have occasional shipping problems, though, which I think they could clear up somehow, but I don't work for them, so I don't know how they would do it. It's your chaplain. He's sitting there naked. Oh, no. That's not good at all. Streaking grime over black armor might be... Have I done streaking grime over black before? This is my Instagram, which is woefully needing... I need to rework it. Go back and rework on it. Normally, I would say streaking grime is there to be used. Have I done streaking grime over black armor? I have used it before. I can show you... See, this is the Ultramarine, which is like definitely a different blue. I used streaking grime on this geezer and rust. The only AdMech thing I've ever painted. I mean, it definitely adds shades over the black, which, you know, can be red. Not red as in the color, but is like readable as like a different sort of tone over the black. Now, let me... You had streaking grime over you. I mean, I would say just go for it. You had a burnt umber wash, I believe. So I did streaking grime over this one, over my Land Raider. And we do have bits of black. Hopefully I've got a panel here which might be a bit more... So yeah. We have painted black here before on my Land Raider. But it wasn't just streak and grime. We did like a copper verdigris or brass, like copper oxide kind of stuff. So you got a bit of green there, turquoisey color. We've also got some sort of, I think I used buff or light gray. I can't quite remember the oil paint that I used. I did little dots and dabs and streaks. The streak and grime isn't massively obvious, but it is subtle. And I think subtle variations over stuff in general is great, you know. Because if you think about it, it would, like, no matter the armor, like you would still going through the same filth that everyone else goes through. But it'll just be a lot more of a subtle thing, I think. That's my opinion. I would personally do it. I just... So yeah, we did some mud spatters there as well. I think there we go. There's a bit of streak and grime. It's really not too noticeable, but it is, you know, it is there. It really depends on your preference. I couldn't really tell you. To be fair to Element, their customers, their customer service is good. I've not had, like, in the past, when I've ordered stuff and it's been a split order, basically, I said, look, can you either cancel one half of it, the thing which is keeping it delayed, or can you just send one half of it, because it's been a while and I really need the things. You're watching Studio J7? Oh, that saucy rascal. Good old James. He ain't doing heavy weathering stuff. Probably because it's either not fitting his Eldar. Yeah. Too much. Well, I will be getting around to weathering. These Ultramarines are not being weathered. My Imperial Fists will be weathered. But this entire month, I'm afraid, is all Ultramarines. I will be weathering my tank. I need to attempt to try and record some of it for YouTube videos. Hello, YouTube. I've still not forgotten about you. Don't worry. Oh, God. I almost did the wrong command. Where is my YouTube? I might just have to type it in manually. I'm hoping to do... Once this month is over, I'm hoping to really get back to sort of making YouTube videos. It's just a bit of a strenuous month with everything going on. They split mine, I only have to pay on... Yeah. Well, that is a good thing. I as I said, like, I do agree. I think their customer service is pretty good. I've certainly not had, like, issues or anything. And they've resolved the majority of things when needed. Yeah, no, do raid Studio J7 a fair amount. Here's a good egg. Have I painted it? No. All right. Folks, by the way, what are we thinking about the music? Like, this music is... It's technically music. Technically. Do we like it, is what I mean. Okay. 4 left. Oh, tell you what, I'm going to be very happy once this is over. I think next year the plan for the Ultramarines, we got... I do like Gabba's idea of a successor chapter. Not that I'm going to do an entire chapter, but like a couple of squads from... Maybe I could do like a squad from 4 different maybe a squad at the most from 4 different successor chapters. Maybe that's what we could do. I like that idea. We can do that. And then the following year, we can start work on our first company. Or at least continue work on first company. Not your cup of tea? No? Okay. Well, I will bear that in mind. Like, the problem is trying to find decent copyright-free music is not easy. This is a bit relaxing. I don't normally listen to this kind of music. Normally, it's synthwave. Iron Maiden, unfortunately not. No. A lot of things are not copyright free. Because I'm also dual streaming to YouTube. And frankly, even if I was dual streaming to YouTube, I would certainly be wanting to upload to YouTube. So it just makes sense just to do it all at once. I will endeavour to try and find something a bit more bit more active, I guess. My ranking for the restarting project, as in Space Marine chapter, Iron Hands, Salamanders. I loved painting the second. Well, this was in fact my first salamander that I painted. Am I please not be hitting the record button? No, thankfully not. This is the... Where is he gone? First salamander that I ever painted. I really, really, really enjoyed painting this mini. Really enjoyed painting him. I painted another one for when I did like... I sort of painted one of each legion. And that's the only other salamander I've painted. Yeah. We may go back and redo this project. But like... This was all with brush over black primer. So I got a lot of stick. For painting this guy over black primer. And where is he? This guy as well. The amount of comments I got on YouTube. Say, oh, you should use white primer. It's like, yes, I'm fully aware. Unfortunately, I always start with black primer. And we weren't doing airbrush. So there. It's a lot of fun. I really enjoy painting green, Reno. You know? I enjoy painting orcs when I get around to them. And I enjoy painting that green for the salamanders. You know? Well, you do know, because you're doing the same. Space Wolves and White Scars. So what is it? Is it the lore and stuff like that which is interesting you the most? Or is it kind of... Are you just looking at it from a sort of gaming point of view? Because obviously the Ultramarines have the best lore, and the best in general. Salamanders and Black Templars, only chapters I see in Furnace Squads is justified by lore. Yeah, exactly. I do like I do have 2 squads of Infernus Marines. So I think one is going to go into my Black Templars. The other, I'm not really sure what to do with. I have got a vague plan of doing a custom chapter at some point. Very vague plan. They're currently in my mind like a blend of the Executioners and Space Wolves, which are sort of relatively similar-ish. So it's not... I could merge... But basically, in my mind, it was like... If I was ever going to play a game, then I could use this army as a sort of generic... Well, not a generic army, but... I could say, oh yeah, they're definitely salamanders. And I could wiggle my eyebrows furiously at the other person, and they would agree with me that they are indeed definitely salamanders, just not green. Gotta have some good lore for me to be interested in painting it. Exactly. I mean... If I'm investing money into it, I want to actually like I'm not. I know some people like the game more than anything else, like the tabletop game, and don't really care necessarily about the lore of the army. I am definitely not that way though. I completely misread what you just typed then, Rene. I'm so sorry. How long have we been streaming for today? Only 3 hours. And my mind is now in the gutter. I just thought you said I like boobs. And I'd be like, yes. Yes. I agree. You like Bobby G and Vulcan. I do want to paint. Like, I have Bobby G to paint. The 40k one. Where's... Ooh, hello. I like. Is that hand, the Robo hand, is that part of the kit or is that an upgrade sprue? Do. Part of the kit? I did not know that. Huh. Once also has ideas for Salamander successor chapter. What are the Ashen Claws? Because the Salamanders initially didn't have many or any successor chapters, did they? Because of a whole Isvan 5 thing. Evidently that's changed. What am I looking for? Vulcan. Do I have anything in my cart? It's telling me to check out now. Where's Vulcan? Why didn't it? There we go. I do want to get this mini. I think he looks great. Temporarily out of stock with all the Forge World stuff. All contrast and speed paints? Hell yes. It's looking great, dude. So the Ashen Claws with dark grey base armor, but gloves and Sergeant Veteran helmet in ashen off-white tone. See, this is basically what I was thinking. Not exactly like that. I was basically thinking, like, I like the Executioners, right? Because the Badab Ward thing. But I also like the original Space Wolf grey, Horus Heresy grey, rather than like the bluey grey that 40k Space Wolves have. So I was trying to think of vague custom chapter based loosely off a starting point of the executioners, at least. So I was thinking grey. What I would like, dark grey. But I hadn't really thought much beyond that. You also want Vulcan to come back as... Well, do you reckon all the loyalists... Do you reckon all the blokes are going to come back that are viable? That's a very hot boy. You should treat yourself one day to this boy, Reno. Because it seems to be all the Chaos Primarchs are coming back. And we've only got Bobby G and old Lino. He doesn't seem to be doing much, as far as I can tell. Not that I really follow his career very much. But Lino, you know, could be doing a little bit more probably. So we got the belts. Oh, crikey. We got the belts to paint leather for some reason. I don't know why I'm doing that, but that's what I'm doing. He'll probably be the most tankiest single model in all the Imperial mega faction. Do you reckon? I'm currently reading the Salamanders Omnibus. Really slowly, unfortunately, but it's just... progress is a bit slower than I intended. I think I should even it out with the demon ones. I reckon so. I mean, we've got Mortarion, we got Fulgrim's up and coming, we got Angry Boy. We got Magnus. It took me a second to remember his name. So we got 4 Chaos lads. Am I missing anyone? We've only got 2 loyalist geezers. I reckon Rogel Dawn needs to come back. Morty, yeah. Guy survived the drop from Thunderhawk onto the planet below in just his armor. No drop pod or extra. I see a lot of my lore knowledge is not great. Could be better. So yeah, this grey stuff, we will be going over it with a black pin lining thing. Pin wash, whatever you want to call it. Could go over it with Nuln. Easy peasy. At some point. But that's what we're doing. So once this is all done, that's going to be great. One less thing to stress about. Bobby G came back. Crusade Line comes back, slaps an Angry Boy. Yeah, but has he done anything else? I mean, just slapping an Angry Boy is not, you know, a big deal, is it? I've got to find some... This music is too... It's going to send me to sleep, in fact. JD, hello. What's cracking, dude? Happy Tuesday. Have you had your pancakes? I've not had mine. It's been very sad. The corpse of Sanguinius should come back as a melee. Do you reckon? This music is driving me around. I don't think I can cope with it any longer. Let me see if I have... Oh, that's ritual design. The relaxed movement. Please don't be a massive advert thing. JD, how you doing? Happy Tuesday. What's cracking, dude? Now it's McDonald's insurance company. Wait, what? Ionos, Squarespace, Adidas, and some movie trailer for Mr. No Pain. Tell me about Mr. No Pain. I'm intrigued. Sort of, I think. It sounds like a... even though I'd reminded myself that it was Pancake Day, I've also not had pancakes. It's been very sad. Have some extras for me, please, if you could, because I don't think I'll be having any. This is slightly... I think we need this music all the time. It's slightly more... It feels I can get a bit more done to this music than I can to that relaxed music. It was too relaxed. We've done so much painting today. We put Badger from February to shame. Sort of, a little bit, really. Not much, but anything that upsets Blood Angels makes me happy. You're not keen on them? Back to the Near Immortal Primarch. How Vulcan survived the drop from space without drop pod, tanked a direct hit from a Titanic weapon, and took down a Thunderhawk landing ship in... I didn't see a lot of that. I'm not really sure. Like, it's news to me. It's news to me. That's a lot of carbs I don't need, but it's yeah, if you could make the sacrifice for me, then that would be great. For the greater good. Yeah? What is Shrove Tuesday again? I can't remember. Like, in my mind, I think it was... They were using up the... In my mind, I think they were using up basically the last of their grocery. They went grocery shopping, and then at the end of the month, when just before they had to fast, right? Is that right? We're fasting tomorrow, apparently, if one is of the religious variety or whatnot, which I'm not. So they thought, well, we don't want to waste. We don't want to waste any of this food which we've got, any of the flour or the eggs or the milk. Let's smush it all together and see what happens. That's what happened in my brain. How Pancake Day came to be. I don't know if it's... I don't know how it came... Like, reality of it, though. Vulcan is a perpetual, same as Big E, so he can't really die. Well, is he really? Well, they do need to do something, though, surely. With another like loyalist or Primarch sooner rather than later. Obviously, Dawn needs to make an appearance. That's all I'm saying. Lordy, what's going on, you saucy rascal? How you doing? What's cracking? Last day before Lent. Lent is... Was this the... Oh, God. I can't... We did, like, whatever the class was called. Religious studies or whatever it was called. is lent when you go on thingy for however long it is. I've forgotten the word. When you starved yourself. I think I said the word not long ago as well. That makes it even sadder that I can't remember what I said minutes ago. Corvus would be cool as hell. Is all warp infused weird. Is he really? How do we know that? Living life? I'm awake. I'm awake. That's all I've got, I'm afraid. I wish I had tales of daring do. I thought that music was coming from outside. I thought someone was parking their car up and was starting to play an absolute banger. I mean, aren't all GW characters perpetual if they need them? Well, you would have thought so. You would have thought so. It's trying to write them back into the story is the issue with some of them. Like, what's the deal with Sanguinius? Awake is good. It's a start. It's definitely a start. We've got so much painting to do this month. We've got as many of these blue lads to paint as possible, which is a lot. Like, I'm aiming for 40. Right? I'm aiming for 40. The reason I'm saying that is because technically I've painted the first 10. But they are a drastically different blue. I mean, these look more like Night Lords. So I will have to repaint those. But if I can get 20 of these guys and 20 Devastators, I do technically have a Captain and the Banner Bearer from the box set to paint as well. But if we can get 40 of those painted, that's great. Then I've got the tank to do as well. I'm going to start priming it. I'll get the first coat of primer on it a little bit later. Primarch of the Raven Guard is said to be a loyalist. Oh, I have heard that recently as well, yes. Some shadowy power that ain't one of the... Oh, really? So what do you reckon that would look like, though? Like, because when you look at Demon Prince, like, they're always... You know, when you think of Chaos Demon thing, they're always covered in spikes and Watsits, cheesy Watsits, or whatever variety of Watsits that are out there. But I mean, if you're a loyalist one, and like you infer from that they're naughty. They're from the naughty they're from the naughty side. So how would you do a loyalist Demon Prince? Would you necessarily go all spiky, or would you what would you do? Not Sang, but Horus, they dead. As they should be. But do you reckon they'll try and write them back into... Or do you reckon it's like, okay, there's only so much we can write back into existence? What's your opinion of the Ultramarine speed paint? I don't really watch Midwinter minis much. Like, I watched them a little bit before, but not massively. It's a bunch of stippling. I have seen people stipple paint quite a lot. Does he use like a brush like... Thanks, Reno. Does he use a brush sort of like vaguely like this? This is a smushing brush from Rosemary & Co. Yeah, it's a weird thing. Like, unfortunately, like, when it comes to YouTube, if someone's got a voice, which I find... I don't want to say irritating. What's the right word? I can't think of the right word. There is a word. But there's... Like, I have watched his videos before. But I can't watch too many. I'm trying to be nice. There's some drama. I heard there was some drama. I missed the drama. I mean, I don't miss the drama. I missed the drama situation because I've not really watched masses of his videos to begin with. I mean, I have watched them, but not enough. Like, why is Miniac appearing in it? All right. And that's a speed. Okay. I will watch this video. And he's okay. See, looking at this, so this is okay. So if I look at these guys, this was dry brushed, and this was not speed paint. Flesh wash, obviously. Give the man a hand, and not finished. But I mean, this was like, I guess if we dry brushed and then slapped a load of speed paint over it, or contrast, etc., one might get a similar result. Or just put Ultramarines Midwinter Minis on YouTube. The thumbnail is the final result. Not conductive for listening. Yeah, I don't know. I do find, unfortunately, and I wish I wasn't like this, I just find some voices just don't work well with my brain. I don't know what it is. I hear there are some adverts I sit through when I occasionally watch. I usually watch like one TV show. Like they do like they're murder mysteries basically. Not Poirot, not like old person murder mysteries. There's high quality intellectual person murder mysteries, of course, right? But occasionally an advert pops up and the voice just sounds... Well, I'm just thinking of one particular advert. It just sounds smug. And it just makes me want to go, absolutely not. I don't care if that's the best product in the world. But you, my friend, have got a smug voice. And it's like, no, the advert doesn't work for me. What kind of drama? Oh, XGW painter, were they? Huh. Was that what it was? I heard there was a drama, but I didn't know what it was. There's an ad for Bumble. Bumble? Isn't that a dating advert? Is that still going? I think a friend of mine was banging on about it all the time back in the early early 2010s. She was banging on about it all the time. Said, "Oh, you should try it out." I did. I've tried a couple of them. They're just terrible. I'm just absolutely not meant for me, those things. Thankfully, I think. Been with your girlfriend 3 years, you don't need it either? Yeah. I just find some of the adverts, you're supposed to be sort of targeted adverts. It's like, why are you sending me Disney stuff? You know very well I despise Disney with a burning, burning passion. This is a waste of your advertising money. Sunshine. Or maybe they're just trying to burn through the adverts. Who knows? Good Lord. You keep getting the smug twat when it makes your blood boil. Yeah, it's just really, I don't know. I do, so anyway, point of what I'm trying to say is, that's a pretty good result. I don't hate the result of that video though. By the way, I've called you Ice before. My brain is now saying Slice. How do I say your name? Anti-advertising, yeah. Call me Sid. I can call you Sid. Anyway, long and short of it is, I don't hate the result actually. Like that's pretty snazzy. Unfortunately, like I've already painted up. So this was the result of 2022's Ultramarine Marathon of Doom. Well, right here. So we painted up 54 Marines and a Dreadnought, which I thought was pretty snazzy. Dreadnought is, unfortunately, like, I'm irritated with myself that I did weathering on it, sort of, like battle damage. I'm slightly irritated with myself that I did that. And obviously this is not perfect. Like, I look at it now and go, I know there's stuff that I had to like to try and fit it into the month. I had to cut some corners and I'm not massively happy about that, but you know, it is what it is, as they like to say. But we did get a bunch of them. We do need to do at some point go back and add like banners, like flag things. But I'm relatively happy with them. Like we're going to have hopefully close to 100 miniatures finished by the end of this month, maybe 90. But that'll be the majority of the box. Then we do have 9 vehicles, 8 rhinos, 1 razorback that we will work on. Ooh. I watch videos like from Midwinter Minis for the painting results, not the personal drama. Oh no, absolutely. Like I'm not really not into drama at all. But the thing was, like when it comes to painting videos, I'm trying to think who I actually watch. Okay. I watch Vincent Venturella, right? I've watched a good amount of his videos. I have watched some Midwinter videos, but not massive, not many. I've watched a bunch of Miniac videos, Squidmar videos. Honestly, not massive amounts of like mini paint, such as like this. I watch like the ones I enjoy watching when I get the time are basically Plasmo Night Shift. I do like videos from what's his name? I'm gonna get the channel's Lasercraft World. Might be the channel's name. Something like that. I do like his videos as well when I get a chance. But it's mostly like, honestly, it's mostly armor videos I tend to do. I am on a couple of Patreons for like, Demon Rich. Yeah. That's what I like. It's just aspirational painting, which I'll never get that good, but there's always hope. Oh, I suppose Sergio, and someone else, some other bloke. Without much battle damage, you can also go to the way to cover up mistakes with streaking grime. Yeah, the thing is, these guys I don't think I'm going to be streaking with. If I get painting Horus Heresy, though, I'm a bit more happy to streak. It's personal, yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. Everyone has their own personal preferences, right? When it comes to who they watch and what they like. Obviously, I would like to grow the channel, so I've got to become everyone's personal preference. I'm just concerned that means I have to become as bland as possible, or even blander. Eons of Battle, or Aeons? Do you Eons Aeons of Battle? I have watched some of those. I occasionally watch a eBay rescue video because I am actually tempted to not steal that idea, but do something similar. Not like as a full channel thing for my YouTube, but once in a blue moon, I reckon that'll be a fun thing to do. Definitely not steal that. Vince is very talented and good people. Can't watch his videos. Yes. Problem is, JD, some of us we just have verbal diarrhea. Like, I know I witter on. Who is streaking? Me whenever I get a chance. Let's go, baby. Elminius, I always butcher his name. I always butcher his name. Insane Ozzel. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not massively keen on Ozzel. I think I said yesterday, in fact, like, when it comes to Ozzel, as I like to call it, I think it works. It works for dioramas. I'm just not keen on it for miniatures. Like, you know, for my personal miniatures, I'm not keen on Ozzel. In general, like for army painting, etc. But then again, I said the other day, like, I also not massively keen on blood effects. But then, you know, my red butchers are covered in blood, so, you know, there's always a chance that I'll come around to these things. Bland as possible. The Anton deck of mini painting. Oh, God. I can't. No, absolutely. Anton deck. I remember when they were on. Bloody, what was the show? Grange Hill? Was that what it was called? It was called Grange Hill, wasn't it? Was it Grange Hill? No. Biker Grove. Was it Biker Grove? Oh, it was something horrific, which I remember. I think it was Biker Grove. Bloody hell, I'm genuinely surprised I even remembered that name. Casey from eBay Miniatures Rescue is fun also, yeah. Just take a peek. Oh no, I've seen. Yeah, I do follow him on. Instagram. Been following him for a hot minute. Marco. Oh yeah, Marco as well. NJM. I just think having this conversation, I don't really watch a massive amount of painting videos at the moment. For the last few months, I just not really had time. I'm working on my segue into my web store, and then transferring everything over to Etsy as well, and it's just taken up all my time for what seems like months. We're finally sort of getting towards, like, Shopify is basically done for today. I do have 4 or 5 more items to add every month, so I need to do those. But I'm moving everything over to Etsy, and it's just once that's all done, I'm going to be really happy. I'm going to be really happy to have been done with all of that. It's been driving me a bit bonkers, and I'm going to be... Well, I'll be able to make YouTube videos again, for one, which will be nice. And or have a break. Yeah? Lovely. Biker Grove. Yeah, Reno, Google it. It's high-quality entertainment. I'm pretty sure they appeared in Biker Grove. And it was horrific. Ooh, look at that. I like melter weaponry. I do like flamethrowers. That green's looking really nice. That speed paint's doing a great job. Yeah, as you said, JD, Marco is fun to listen to. That guy has a diorama of a space marine firing a plasma into a Necron's head. I think I've seen that one. Well, I've seen a lot of... I think I've seen the majority of his little dioramas and things. Just a few little bits. How long has that taken you out of interest? Please don't say... I'll just set... Woo. Okay, we are almost, ladies and jelly spoons. At the vague end of painting grey everywhere. We got little bits here and there that we need to tidy up when the time comes. For example, we have accidentally got a little bit of grey on that thigh plate. So when it comes to edge highlighting, oh god, we're gonna have to tidy up little bits and pieces here and there, but we will persevere. Otherwise, we will go mad. Wink. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Laser Creation World. In my brain, that is correct. All right, we've done... Oh, did we get this guy's neck? Almost. There were channels that I followed and or supported that when they became somewhat big lost their charm. Well, this is the issue, isn't it? I would obviously like to... How do I phrase this without getting clipped out of... I'd like to become successful. There we go. That's... But also, I do agree that like you do see a lot of channels, regardless of what the video like content is. You do see once they start getting a variety, like an amount of success, it sort of goes to their head a little bit as well, and it all goes off the rails a little bit. But yeah, from a we would like to work on the success bit, but it's not I'm not very good at advertising and stuff, so it's a bit of a problem. We will eventually get there. But what I can say is we have done the grey of all of these cursed things which needed to be done. So that's one less thing to do. I have lots and lots of little eyes to paint green. Caliban green. I don't know if that's the next thing on the... I'm trying to do everything that I can before having to resort to doing the metallic bits, which is going to drive me around the bend. I'm not looking forward to doing all the swords and what's-its. But they will be done. So I'm just moving these over a little bit, just so I can keep an eye on them. We have... So we got all the like undersuit done, so to speak. Lenses, we're going to need to do dark green. I know I said I was going to do that later, but I think we might as well just do it now. The mouth grill will be steel. This thing, the strapping for the jetpacks, will be steel. Not sure about the skull in the center there. I mean, if I'm trying to paint quickly, I'd probably just paint it steel, but whatever. We could paint it gold. We're going to have to paint that cross, the eagle thing, the wings on its chest, gold. The shoulder pad ridges, the little raised bit, that needs to be gold. Those are the metallic bits that we... And on the chain swords, we got to figure out... The pommel, that needs to probably be gold. The majority of it is going to be steel coloured, along with the teeth. The handle that you can see is going to be leather, so that's going to be Doombull brown, as will be this belt bit there. It might not be accurate, but it's what it's going to be. With a view to doing like a leathery kind of thing. It's not going to take too long to leather that up. What have we done for the button on this? Does it... I think that's a steel button. I might have to get a miniature where I can actually see what's going on. The majority of this gun is going to be steel. I don't know if this... Is it a magwell? I did... Like on the bolters, I've painted the entire thing steel apart from the casing. And a gold skull. If there's any like weird bits attached, it'll be a gold. Then the jetpacks. Let's have a look at the jetpacks before... The stream isn't finished, by the way. I'm just mentally preparing myself for the onslaught that I need to do. Not sure, had a lot of breaks between bursts of painting. The green was very quick, though. You love it. Well, that's the important... I mean, you got to love... If you don't like painting, then why is one painting? That is the question. I really like how that's looking, though. Whatever green that's called. I know you've already told me, but unfortunately, my memory is absolutely terrible. Let's get this. Problem is, with the Devastators, we've already got a dark blue on. I think I need to give them a spritz of Vallejo Ultramarine. And then go over it again. I'm not looking forward to doing those, but we'll worry about that later. So jetpacks, let's have a look at these bad boys. These tubular bits here, steel. Steel. There's a skull there. We could potentially paint that gold just to cut down on jumping around between too many colours. The intakes, steel. We would like to get a transfer on there if possible. I did thankfully find all my transfers. So we don't really have to dabble with these too much yet. Once we break out the metallic paints, then we'll be painting all these tubular bits with steel. Gold thing there. But these are basically almost ready to go, thankfully. Karan, that's the one green, yes. Cassandra Green. So during the year, though, we've got... I don't want to do bulk painting of Ultramarine vehicles, really. I mean, we do have a bunch to paint. We've got 9... rhinos, basically chassised vehicles. So 8 rhinos, 1 Razorback. I don't know when we're going to paint those. I would like to get them done throughout the year at some point. So maybe I'll do a YouTube video on painting a Ultramarine vehicle. But they're going to have to match this blue rather than the YouTube video I did. Blue, which is what I'm probably going to do for my first company. Come to think of it. But there are little bits of grey here and there which we have missed. Fantastic. Absolutely magnificent. Also, some of the sergeants, we got 2 sergeants with... well, he's not a sergeant. He's just a bloke with extra dangly bits to paint. So he's got that thing, the wax seals, and the purity seal, the purity bit need to get done as well. So that's something else we need to try and ponder. We have evidently forgotten a few bits of grey here and there. So yeah, folks, we're not streaming on Friday. By the way, it's my mum's birthday, so I don't want to be like rushing her or anything like that. I can't be like, yo, I've got streaming today. Peace. But I will make up for it the following week by doing an extra stream. I don't know what days. Probably not Thursday, because Thursdays have been traditionally not a great streaming day. So I will... Just having a quick look at the back of their knees. Oh, see, there's another one we missed. Probably a Wednesday stream. Probably a Wednesday stream might do the job. What is going on here? Hold on, I saw a comment from EJD, and I also saw a face after it. I'm gonna have. Are you sticking your tongue out? So evidently you've said something. You've said something. This is what I mean. You get big and suddenly you have a mum. It's true. It's true. It's yeah. Very happy about that. It was well worth it. But then also, like, this weekend, I'm getting both of my brothers and their families are appearing. So that's going to be exhausting. I've got half a day of Saturday of painting before they appear. And then like a little bit of Sunday evening after they've gone to relax. When I will be getting getting a wiggle on with the Kratos Tank of Doom. Now, I'm not going to be adding stowage to it or anything like that, because that's just going to complicate matters. We need to basically paint the hell out of it really quickly. Oh, we didn't paint this one. You cheeky little rascal. How did you get past us? Lucky I double-checked. You think you know a badger? I know. I've been keeping it on the DL. On the down low. Or the low down. Or whatever the way... It's down low, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry. I didn't want to sort of make things weird. I have to do a whole video on... A whole apology video. Be like, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. So there isn't... We haven't got... Okay, so once all those basic colours are done... Right. What do we do? Let me tell you exactly what we do. Gloss varnish the miniature. Right? Then I do the transfers, and then then brush on another coat of gloss varnish over the shoulder, over the transfers. Then we do the black panel lining. I was mulling over this earlier. Like, I used black on the previous miniatures. And I do wonder if maybe it was a bit too dark. But I think we must continue just for coherency's sake. I can't believe we missed this bloke entirely. What happened? I'm genuinely surprised we got so much painting done today. Like, I know this has been incredibly tedious, and I do #appreciate you for hanging out with me while we've been basically painting just lots of stuff grey. But yeah, so once the gloss varnish is on, we do the panel lining. Actually, before we do the gloss varnish, I think I've got to really figure out what we're doing for the bases, because as we know, the previous iteration, like the other 54 of them, are like this, which is... I don't know what I was really doing, truth be told. I think I was just in a rush. So we've got goblin green basing on. We've got a bit of flock down. We've got some sand and some tufty bits. Like, I'm not really happy with them at all. If I can come up with a better basing scheme that I can basically just like do for these, and then one night or whatever, I'll just have to like power my way through 54 other Marines that I've already painted up years ago. 3 years ago, in fact. That will be a good thing. It's been great, T. So all my dogs see when I paint. Reno, I just don't... Obviously, that was hilarious. That goes without saying. But, come on now. Red Desert. Well, this... Lordy, this is the problem. Give me a second, my friend. I'm already doing that for my World Eaters. I was thinking... That was it. That was a sentence I was thinking. That was it. Do we need to go any further beyond that? That one time when I was thinking. Probably not. Thinking is dangerous. Yeah, exactly. Which is why I don't do it very often. I do like to live life dangerously. But there is such thing as too much danger. Some people thrive on danger. I thrive on tea and cake. That's what I thrive on. Tea and cake and a nice, I don't know, jammy dodger or two. Hobnob. Okay, so I had two thoughts in my brain just then. Right, first of all, Okay, for my World Eaters, we're vaguely kind of doing that already with the Red Desert thing. Unfortunately. Which is an irritation. I think what I was thinking initially was we're vaguely trying to go second edition, vaguely, with the because we went with the red casings, but I also bonked myself on the head, and I should have done yellow trim for the. We should have done yellow, eagles on the chest and trim on the shoulder pads, but I went gone with gold instead, like a right muppet. So. Anyway, with that being said, I think my initial plan was basically do Goblin Green bases. But something got lost in the Watsits, because we didn't end up doing that. We sort of started Goblin Greening and then didn't end up doing that. So, I don't know. I do need to take pictures of my World Eaters Red Butchers. Now they're finished, though. That is something that needs to happen. Oh, it's 8 o'clock, ladies and jolly spoons. All right. Also, in that picture that I did fall down a little bit of a Wikipedia rabbit hole earlier today, thanks to Ragnar, curse you thricefold. Started looking at a few tanks. But I saw a picture of a Finnish tank of some variety, I've forgotten already, in sort of winter Arctic camo. And it was very cool. And I thought, obviously, because it was in the winter, it's in snow, it was very cool. Right. But like that is a temptation for my Imperial Guard, potentially. I just don't know. So I'm just double checking the backs of their kneecaps that they can't be seen because they're very saucy. The old kneecaps, especially the back of the kneecap. Apparently, Goblin Green is a classic. I think it is, isn't it? First disappointing speed paints is Brazen Copper. Really, what? Are you not keen about it? I do wonder. Firstly, I think Goblin Green is probably the play. I think that could be it because we do have OG Flock as well. Original Gangster Flock. What I was going to say was I do wonder if some of these contrast paints work better over sort of like maybe a different color base. If you know what I mean. Rather than like, white. So basically, ladies and jelly spoons, we are going to have to do this. This is going to have to be a YouTube video at some point. Oh, God, I wish I still had my second edition Warhammer 40k. Whoever threw it away, I am very irked. with. I don't know who it was, but it was someone. So we are going. I know we're going to have to join many of the other people who have done exact same videos, but we are going to have to do a, a video on painting that because look what I've written on it. Flock. We've got the original stuff from 1995 or whenever this was. Yeah. The Holy Grail of Flock, yeah. I mean, it's a strange thing. I would like to find another source of it. I know it's basically just... That's a bit of red gore, by the way. So when I was doing the blood for my World Eaters, like when you plonk it on something and then pull it away, and it sort of ends up like this, really. It's very stringy. It's very weird. Hello. Hello there. Not very metallic, but looking at the pot, I think a lot of separation has happened. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was my first thought, honestly. Like, I was thinking maybe, potentially, you need to really give it a really good jiggling. Like, jiggle the bejesus out of it, so to speak. Because I know that can be an issue with a lot of paints. Like, I know I've certainly made that mistake before, where I've not shaken it enough and it's just been weird. Like either the finish has not been great, or whatever has not been great. And jiggling it might have helped. But folks, I'm absolutely cream crackered and an advert's about to appear. So I reckon what we will do is I will say thank you very much for hanging out with me today. But if you're on YouTube, you're a legend. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, all that good juicy stuff. And we're just going to quickly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the end page like this for YouTube. Bye-bye, YouTube. You're legends. I will not streaming on Friday. I'll be streaming next Monday, in fact, for some more sweet, sweet Ultramarines. So hopefully I will see you then. Thank you and goodbye.